and welcome back for more Fossil Fighters. And welcome Raymond, welcome Argot. Unfortunately, last time I failed my first attempt at the end of Chapter 2 due to, I think, the worst possible encounters and worst possible luck in that specific fight. So hopefully this time around I will have better luck, and if I need to, I can potentially just grind donation points so I can revive Compso, which might help if I get bad luck again. Hey, good to see you, Argot. Hope you can sleep well. And thank you for the 7th streak, Raymond. I don't really want to bother reading stuff out again, but I've already read out last time. And I'll probably just summarize things going forward. So, just like last time, the who's here is mainly just so I can pick what my starting colors are. I could get a fossil from it, but that's... well, I do get a fossil from it, but that's not going to matter, really. Oh, and I need to put my name in again. Let's just stick with June, it's fine. So, may as well, actually talk about what he's saying since I'm pretty much skipping through it. Welcome, Cider Man. How's it going? It's going alright. I am very tired. I went to bed early last night and still ended up sleeping in. This is the new run. Yeah, I wiped at the end of last time, so kind of had to start over this time. But yeah, same deal. Going to Fossil Island, become a fighter, revive fossils, and battle dinosaurs. You know the drill, I'm pretty sure. So, the reason that I didn't get my donation point encounter last time was just because it takes a lot of cleaning fossils to rack up enough donation points for both the head and, like, fossils of Compso. That's 400 donation points, and a good cleaning drop on a fossil is about 4 to 5 donation points. As you can imagine, that would take a while. But if I do end up needing to do that this time, then I guess I will. I feel like I have not been paying attention to what's happening in the game at all. Great, need to go to the hotel, come back, talk to Dr. Diggins. get my fighter's license. Chapter 1 is probably just going to be easy and straightforward again. So different than normal. That might be a difference in my audio settings. I am also very tired today, as I said, so not very high energy. But that is pretty normal for me, I have to say. I legit sound sick. And I guess that's theoretically possible. I hope I'm not getting sick again. Yeah, I already read that last time. Having done this a few times already, and obviously doing this last stream, it feels like the tutorial stuff really drags on. Then again, that is speaking as an experienced player at this point. It might be worth making a save state after the tutorial just so I don't have to go through it repeatedly. And I probably should do it right before cleaning the next fossil. That probably makes the most sense. It affects the RNG of fossils I dig up. Not if they do it early enough. But now that I think about it, it doesn't really make a difference until chapter 2. And the only difference it makes is really the result of my cleaning. Good and save my state here. Well, this is more tutorial. Right before I actually have to clean the fossil. They're right here. I'm sure you know the drill by now. Also cleaning 90 seconds to clean all the rock off the fossil without damaging it. Start with the hammer, which is more powerful. Switch the drill, which is more precise. Higher score I get, the more experience the vivosaur ends up with. I need at least a score of 50 to successfully clean the fossil. Ideally, I get a much better score than that. Let's see, as close to 100 as possible. I'll be honest, because of the tutorial dialogue, the music is throwing me off because usually it's in sync with the timer. But because this got thrown off sync, it felt to me like I had no time left when in reality I had much more time. I think Spinax isn't. What are the different starters and what are their differences? There is only one starter, is the thing. It's always Spinax. The different fossils you get from the starting quiz are leg fossils, which you don't use to revive. You need the head fossil to revive. So, in terms of the Nuzlocke, that only really matters if I want to make sure I get it difficult to acquire leg fossil, which... What's even the name of the one I picked? Tarbo? Tarbo is actually a very rare vivosaur, so... Wait, what am I doing? Getting my flyer's license, right? So if I were to get a head Tarbo fossil, I wouldn't have to worry as much about getting a leg fossil for Tarbo. But I also don't want to get a Tarbo head. So if I just don't get a fossil from the very small area that Tarbo can be, then I don't... Then that ends up not mattering at all, is what I'm trying to say. Training test, as usual, very easy. Why not? They ask what your favorite is, and they are basically just asking what your favorite is from a limited selection. But it's narrowed down from a number of 1 or 2 choice questions. It does end up taking significantly longer. Probably feels more immersive to a new player, I guess. But it's just extra time to an experienced player. This minigame's significantly higher on the Nintendo PC. It absolutely takes getting used to. And I think the techniques you can use on DS, try to implement them on the DS Pro, ends up making your fingers very sore. Speaking from experience. And it's just more tutorial, explaining how battle systems work. Player with lowest LP or life points goes first. Each player gets puzzle points or FP per turn. Use them to use skills. Each vivosaur can use 1 skill per turn. Nothing complicated. Most of the DS games you play on Android and use your fingers as the stylus, so you doubt you'd ever be able to play this game. Mate. I'm not sure how that would be. You probably wouldn't have the same accuracy that's really necessary. You effectively clean fossils, so you'd probably just struggle with fossil cleaning. Mostly default to Yu-Gi-Oh! DS games. I have never played a Yu-Gi-Oh! Game. My exposure to Yu-Gi-Oh! Really just comes down to reading a few volumes of the manga. And that is it. And I guess the memes. There are also memes. This fight is incredibly straightforward. Wait. Expedix is rank Q. Why do I not have access to my second skill? Probably to stop things from being as complicated in the tutorial. Wait, what am I talking about? I don't have the second skill anyway from rank 2, that I need the like fossil for that. I don't know what I'm talking about. I am too tired for this. But yeah, the fight was incredibly straightforward. Also, I probably should have saved there. Probably doesn't matter, but if it crashes or something, I guess it could. Unless I just save here. And it's kind of weird that Dr. Diggins can just freely walk into my hotel room. Also, why am I living in a hotel room? And not an apartment or something? Go ahead and save now. That's essentially there with card words in those games. It's better to be away. As a newcomer, you don't have prior knowledge to enjoy the gameplay for what it is, but you also have no experience to enjoy what the game can be. Yeah, that sounds not great. Okay, why am I featured as a fighter already in the news? Okay, just showed up and leaned a fossil and won a 1v1 that I'm pretty sure is unlosable. If you have even the slightest idea what you're doing. Theoretically, if you passed every single turn, you could lose. But that's... yeah. A welcome, Flygon. I wasn't paying attention to what I'm supposed to do next. Am I supposed to go talk to Beginner? Yes, I was. Maybe the boat driver was selling insider info to the paper. A newspaper wants clickbait. Or paper bait. Yeah, you know how headlines are. People would try to make exciting attention-grabby headlines just to get people to buy the newspaper and read the article. Clickbait is not a new concept, it's just advertising. Alright. These 3 fossils are always preset. There is no variation to these. After I dig these up, there is some randomness, but the variety here is so limited anyway, it may as well not be random. You won't believe what we found out about the new fossil fighter. Then it's just fluff like he's 8 years old. Yeah. I mean, most notably, I did clean a fossil with the perfect score first try, but that's obviously not something that the game is programmed to detect and put into the newspaper, and that's obviously not going to be the case for everyone. So they can hardly put that as a scripted text in the game. Also, it would be pretty funny if you, say, failed your first fossil cleaning, and it said something like, look how terrible this fighter is, failed their first cleaning. That would be funny, though. Not that they would ever put that into the game. Also, I'm not actually sure what the canon age of the protagonist is. I think something like 12 to 14. Like in the... not sure what to call them. Old to mid-age Pokemon games. Like generations 3 to 5. Not actually sure what the canon ages are for more modern games, but I think it's a little older than that. I see chat messages, but I am struggling to look right now. Just because fossil cleaning kind of requires a lot of visual attention. One thing I did a lot when I was... when I play on the DS is do a lot of rapid tapping rather than just pressing, holding, and moving. But that kind of rapid clicking does wear out your joints. You watched Fossil Fighters a few years ago, it's tedious to just clean the fossils. It can be when you're cleaning a lot of fossils, but it's generally not that bad. Instantly becomes the town's laughingstock, yeah. He is also canonically very short. Though I'm not sure whether that's for his age or just in general. But yeah, starter is always Spinax. the trial dig site encounter is always going to be Shanshan. So this is a Shanshan head. And then, due to how I'm handling story required vivosaur encounters, I am excluding V-Raptor from the next encounter pool, which means if I avoid the Tarbo area, I am guaranteed foil. And welcome, Chovy. Thank you for the health check. Health has been checked. Also, I forgot that that was a another Spinax head. This is a Ganshan head, pretty clearly. Welcome, Ariel. That's a pterodactyl, you know your dinosaurs? Close enough. There are pterodactyl. Is it pterodactyl or pterodactyl? It seemed like there is some debate on which was the proper term before, but I can't always keep up with these things. Anyway, I was trying to say, there are pterodactyl-like vivosaurs in this game. Like a coatless. I've definitely noticed that there we are. That my brain tends to make very strong links between parts of music tracks and certain things happening in games. Like with the fossil cleaning and fossil fighters and the timing of enemy spawns in Dungeon Defenders, funnily enough. Welcome, Phalian. So for those who don't know already, Spinax is kind of an all-around stat stick with an underwhelming support effect. And Shanshan generally has weaker stats with a higher crit rate and slightly better support effects. That's kind of what I'm working with for now. Kind of hoping... Well, I don't think it's possible to get, like, fossils of me trial dig site. But because I already have perfect scores on both Spinax head and Shanshan head, I'm only doing this for donation points. And because I don't have the ability to drop off for cleaning yet, I need to clean more fossils by hand to gain that ability. once I do, it will absolutely speed up the process of gaining donation points. But the donation points you get from dropping off for cleaning is generally going to be worse than what you can get from cleaning by hand until you actually clean enough by hand, because basically the robot will level up as it observes your cleanings. And as it levels up, it will clean with higher scores, and higher scores means more donation points. So basically, it could potentially only be getting like 2 or 3 donation points per fossil dropped off until I actually clean enough manually. If I do end up granting donation points for Compso, I might end up leveling up the robot fairly quickly. Earlier levels take significantly fewer manual cleanings than later levels do. And I think the best way to handle that would probably be just filling up my fossil case in Greenhorn Plains repeatedly, dropping off a full case for cleaning, going back for another full case, and manually cleaning that case while the one I dropped off gets cleaned, because it always takes 15 minutes regardless of how many fossils you drop off. And that's about how long it would take to clean a full case. Welcome, Balls. Good morning. Sometimes 6 p.m. is good morning. Thank you for the bless. Good evening. I am saying that in a joking way. I mean, kinda, but I've said before that if it feels like good morning, then good morning is appropriate, regardless of what the actual time is. Ooh. The reason I say that my encounters last time were the worst possible encounters was because the first one I got, there were 3 different vivosaurs I could have revived traced. 2 of them were fire and 1 of them was earth. And I got the earth one. And the encounter after that is always guaranteed to be first. Why am I going this way? And not having a fire vivosaur really hurt me. And also, of the earth vivosaurs I got from the guaranteed one, I think I got the worst one. And no joker. Would saying good morning at 12 AM be valid since it switched to AM? Couldn't be. But once again, I have to dig up a bunch of fossils that are completely useless to me. And say a bunch, it's just 3. Leaves are not completely useless because I could get donation points from them, but anyway. Hang on. Yeah. I forgot I was supposed to do that. Bring a card Shin Shin to my team. And then I can battle Hope. And I keep doing that. Need to actually confirm my changes instead of backing out. There we are. Welcome, Blue Knight. I have been wanting to do a Nuzlocke of this game for a while. Just finally got around to it. Or the difference... For the thing about this battle system, now that I have multiple vivosaurs, is there is a... The battle system is very positioning based. I'm just trying to skip through this tutorial. There are different zones, like the attack zone, which is mainly for... Well, you take more damage and deal more damage in the attack zone. And you can attack anyone on the enemy team. Support zone deals less damage, takes less damage, and can only hit the enemy attack zone. Then there's the escape zone, where if you retreat from the attack zone you go to for a couple turns, where you just cannot hit or be hit at all. You max upgrade your center before you level up. Not usually. That's definitely not high on my priority list. But thank you for the 38 stream streak. To be honest, I didn't think anyone had that high of a streak on my channel. Also, Fighters Champions quality of life improvements on control and team setup spoiled us and makes it a bit annoying at times. I have never actually played either of the sequels. I actually really like the battle system in the original, and from what I can tell, the sequel changed that up. So I guess I'm kind of hesitant to try it. Yeah, fossil chips are definitely the highest priority in terms of sonar upgrades. And because of how powerful they can be, I'm restricting which chapters I'm allowed to buy them in, just so I don't make the game too easy. Are there more fossils here? Can I just go? There are more? Okay. But yeah, the Center size is very low priority. And the filters are also very low priority. For champions battle style. Does it have the same kind of dynamic positioning? Or did they pretty much remove that? Also, chips are really expensive though. Yeah. They are very expensive. Which is also why I tend not to get other upgrades before then. Well, honestly, I think I'm going to prioritize getting donation points first. Just so I can get my donation point encounter earlier. When I get to the point where I need the fossil chips, I can just repeatedly sell cases of fossil rocks or something. Is normally prioritizing money gets you about what you need for the fossil chit start of chapter 3, but also because of my rule set, I don't really have a way of getting jewel rocks, so I probably will end up needing to grant for money start of chapter 4. Range systems better than the zones system in your opinion? Makes you want to have a variety of vivosaurs to cover all ranges, and having the silver and gold fossils make team building more fun. Yeah, it seems like the variants could be pretty interesting, as you can, I guess, customize your team further that way. What I think makes this game's battle system stand out compared to other creature collectors, like Pokemon obviously, is the positioning system. Compared to single battles, it's obviously a lot more dynamic. You need to think about positioning more, and it's not just switching in what has a good matchup against your opponent and clicking the move according to what they have, though. Oh, the ROM hacks or competitive singles definitely makes it more complicated than that. Yeah, there are 3 Fossil Fighters games, but I only ever played the first one. When do I unlock dropping off fossils? That should be pretty soon, right? Yeah, I have heard that the 3rd game isn't as good as the first two. I also have no idea what kind of rules people would use to Nuzlocke the second game, considering I've never played it. But I am using my own custom rule set for this. Quite frankly, the rules I've seen other people propose aren't restrictive enough, I don't think, in terms of making the game actually difficult. Repeatedly cleaning Shan heads does get old very quickly. Second game is slightly easier because you can now have multiple of the same vivosaurs. And imagine people would use some kind of Cube's Claws for a Nuzlocke. Just to increase encounter variety. It would be funny and awesome if it's a T-Rex. I don't actually remember where to get a T-Rex fossil. Or whether it's even available before post-game. And I think... I'm actually not sure whether what point you are in the game affects what fossils you can buy at the guild. From what I've seen, I'm guessing not. But I'm not going to be buying any fossils from the guild. It's not really relevant. You know, some dude was playing champions with the fossil randomizer. I have heard there are, or at least there's a randomizer for this game. I might try doing a randomized Nuzlocke at some point. We'll see. Also, gold fossils are totally random, I see. As far as I know, there are only a couple fossils that cannot be sold there. And it's things like, the donation point fossils and that one that that metal dealer Joe sells in post-game. Next, I think it was post-game. Well, Holt's here to explain the sonar well, not the upgrades yet, right? That's probably not till chapter 2, because that's when you actually get access to the sonar. Welcome, Soul. I do really like this skin. But yeah, I think this might be a little bit ambitious, but I'm restricting the first fossil chip to being obtainable in Chapter 4. And a second fossil chip being obtainable in Chapter 6. I'm not sure how difficult this is going to be with my restrictions, but we shall see. Itchroom is post-game exclusive and you can only get them with gold from Metal Dealer Joe. That's what I know about this game's post-game. I think my experience with post-game really just comes down to, doing a few rematches and cleaning some fossils from the few post-game sites. I also haven't explored the side quests in this game as much as I should have. I've done the secret mole tunnel one. And the one where you help out with fossil cleaning. But that's about it. If I get turbo in this area, do you think it requires fully upgraded sonar? Does it? I thought it was only exclusive to a specific spot in the area. But yeah, I think as a kid, I really struggled with the rematch with McJunker with all his long-range vivosaurs. But I also did not have a very good team, I don't think. I'm pretty much just stuck with some early game vivosaurs that I liked the look of. I guess I don't really have a reason to dig up more because my case is full of new rocks. That does require fully upgraded sonar. I didn't realize that. I guess getting turbo is just impossible as an encounter unless I delay it for whatever reason. But yeah, V-Raptor, because it's required for the story later, is basically going to be its own encounter when it's actually necessary for the story. Because otherwise, there isn't really a good way for me to include it as a possible Greenhorn Plains encounter without potentially needing to either use a dead vivosaur or chill out and use a vivosaur that I haven't actually gotten as an encounter. And I don't really like either of those. Main story vivosaurs are early game aren't gonna cut it anymore in post game, especially against 3 matches. Yeah, I know you can get Tarbo in Greenhorn Plains, it's just very difficult. Wait. I'm confused. Am I supposed to have access to body fossils right now? Does the fossil types I have access to at the start vary? Like, I swear last time I did a playthrough of this, I couldn't unlock body fossils until after I'd already gotten 2 fossil chips. It has to be random then, right? Or am I just imagining things? Even my last Nuzlocke, during his first Nuzlocke attempt, I think it was head and legs I had access to. Unfortunately, did not get it perfect this time. It is random? Okay. I did not realize it was random. That is interesting. I guess that kind of makes the free leg fossil you get at the start potentially higher or lower value depending on when you would normally get access to those fossils. Did I randomize the parts? I did nothing to randomize in this game. This is just V-Raptor, which, again, I'm not going to be able to use yet until it's required for the story. Yeah, this is purely vanilla fossil fighters. I did nothing to modify this game. Thank you, Balls, for the health check. I will do that as soon as this fossil is cleaned. I really am not cleaning as effectively as I would like to be. And I got perfect on this, but I think I only got, what, 98 on Goyle? Oh, I just realized ads had already started. My bad. Health has been checked. You didn't even notice? Yeah. I Just wasn't paying enough attention, I guess. I am really burning up. I'm going to need to turn my fan on and open my window immediately after stream. Need to try to get perfect on this time. Missing out on 2 XP isn't a huge deal, but experience points are absolutely going to matter considering how much I'm restricting them. Because I can't fight random fighters at all. If I could pretty easily get access to very high rank vivosaurs and just trivialize the game. There we are. Yeah, but I was saying that free leg fossil, if you end up getting access to leg fossils right away, that kind of negates the value of it. This is... what, Shanshan body? Maybe V-Raptor body? I really don't have the fossils memorized. I did already damage it. Oh well. Probably was a little bit too liberal with my use of the hammer. V-Raptor body, okay. That is correct. The difference between rank 3 and 4 isn't really going to matter in Chapter 1. And I'm probably going to have level 4s anyway for Chapter 2. But it still feels bad having I guess missing out on experience. It feels like I am always spending a lot of time cleaning fossils compared to the time I spend actually battling and progressing the story. Which can get very repetitive, especially when the early game battles are so easy. The beginning of the game should have made one of the fights of Earth type. They'll definitely make it more challenging, but I think they didn't want to introduce the elemental system until later on. Just so they could, I guess, introduce different game mechanics more slowly. And no, Matcha. I am really struggling to split my attention. I really need to work on that. Already damaged the fossil. Oh well. Used the hammer way too much. Just gotta finish this quick. Not gonna bother being careful. I feel like they made the AI better in this game. It's very weird. Some fights definitely feel like the AI is smarter than other fights. Like in Chapter 3, for your level up battles, the AI just feels very dumb. Even compared to earlier fights in the game. I do really need Goyle body still. Behavior seems to act differently depending on your team comps. And it makes sense that it would do different things depending on what you have, but it's weird that sometimes it makes a lot of sense what they're doing, and other times it doesn't make any sense at all. I don't know whether the AI is different with different fighters, or it just uses the same AI through the whole game. The depths of my knowledge of this game's systems really feels like it's lacking sometimes. But that's also, I think, partially due to the fact that I tend to know quite a lot about the games that I do challenges on. I guess not knowing quite as much about this game is a bit of a change of pace. they have a support with negative support effects that affect their vivosaurs, they will immediately swap out. Negate the effects. Oh yeah, that generally makes sense. And if you have buffers supporting your AZ vivosaurs, it can either attack your supports or be dumb and attack your AZ vivosaurs with all the buffs on them. Yeah, I've noticed that the AI will sometimes focus on hitting my support vivosaurs, even though they have a type advantage against my attack zone vivosaurs and a disadvantage against my support zone vivosaurs. Like, I think he was against Holt, where he just switched his support zone Venusaur in to attack my support zone Venusaur with a not very effective attack. And I was very confused. Because it really just felt like he was trying to deal as little damage as possible. Creating status ailments don't affect your support zone Venusaurs. But it is weird. I would think that something they would be able to teach the AI or program the AI to play around. I guess we'll progress the story here. It's not like I actually have to battle anyone yet. Do I even need to dig up the rocks here? Or can I just talk to the NPCs and go? I guess that works. Honestly, the trigger is probably just talking to Rosie. Is nothing else is really relevant? You've seen multiple times that some of the AI try to inflict poison on your supports. Like with your status inflicting moves rather than damaging moves with statuses attached to them. Because I can understand attacking with the status move and not doing something that is guaranteed to not do anything. Wait, where am I trying to go here? Right. I think I'm supposed to talk to someone. It wasn't here yet. I think it was the police station. I'm getting my order of events mixed up. I come here, talk to Bulwart. And then the first non-tutorial battle against EBJ. But I think I'm gonna want to do more fossil cleaning before that. And then I'm supposed to go to the Fossil Guild. They tell me where Metal Dealer Joe is, and I go fight him. I will say I am starting to regret missing that ad break. And oh well. Next one should be in like 40 minutes. Now, ideally, I can get Goyle to rank 4 here. Is Goyle body okay? Definitely needed that. Need to make sure I get a perfect score. Easy enough, right? Just need to be fast enough to not run out of time. Okay, too late already. Actually did quite a bit of damage to it there. Oh well. I don't think I'm going to bother farming for a perfect score on this before PB&J. Sorry, PBJ. As long as I have perfect going into Chapter 2, I should be fine. Am I just gonna beat the base game or go into post game? I don't actually know whether post game has its own storyline. If it does, I might go ahead and try that. I know a lot of games do have post-game stories that you can play through. Not gonna bother getting the science because there isn't actually any fossil under there. It'd help give me more time to go more slowly. Also, I might go out of my way to do some of the side content in this game. Because if nothing else, it gives me more experience to use. Curse out the later, more difficult fights. There are two specific fights that I think are probably the most scary. Once again, didn't get perfect. It's your side quests and legendary hunting. A time machine side quest where you can change the ending. That's on. I don't think there are really any issues with the ending. Aside from a certain someone not speaking up sooner for some reason. For the sake of not spoiling people who care about that. Ideally, I get perfect on this, but I'm not going to go out of my way to dig up more fossils at this point. I might be going too slowly here. And I still have plenty of time. There we are. Pretty much the quote-unquote changing ending is just a slight difference in just picking the other character. So basically, if you decide that you choose not best girl rather than best girl, basically. That's basically what it is. Okay, finished with the fossil I dropped off yet? Yes, okay. 2 donation points, oh boy. Wait, what? Welcome, Midwestern dude, and thank you for the gift subs. I really appreciate it. Once you complete the side quest, you get some free vivosaurs as a reward. I see. Does that mean it's actually a good idea to choose not best girl to start? So that you can do that quest later and choose best girl instead? That'll be odd. May as well save. S-Girl meaning Juna. Spoilers. I don't know who, watching has actually not played the game. Okay. I forgot to put Goyle on my team. Oops. That was actually pretty dumb of me. Because now I just miss out on free experience. And this fight's probably easy anyway. The experience points still hurts regardless. This game is really old and nobody knows it. I wouldn't say nobody knows it. This game definitely has a bit of a following compared to something like, say, In Her Eyes. Like, I'm the most popular In Her Eyes streamer ever. If that tells you anything. I say that because my, currently the top Fossil Fighter streamer too. Maybe currently. I'd be surprised if I was the top Fossil Fighter streamer ever. Surely someone's had more success streaming this game than I currently am. Welcome, Koika. May I talk to you about our cutie savior, Juniper Lee? I'm a savior? It's not fair to compare obscure computer games to obscure Nintendo platform games. I guess that's fair. But Nintendo games are probably going to have a fan base regardless. Whereas some obscure Steam release is not guaranteed to. The only time this game series has gotten some buzz was because of Jaden Animations. She did talk about it in a video at some point, didn't she? But yeah, I think a lot of people... I say a lot of people. At least several people online have said that this game is very good. It's so much swap and shovelware. And there have been some really scuffed games released for DS, I think, but I don't think it's as prominent. Plus, those aren't going to be released by Nintendo officially. I saved you? What did I save you from? But yeah, as you say, any game made by a major game company will have some kind of following. I can't say I'm familiar with Zone of the Enders. But yeah, when I say most popular In Her Eyes streamer ever, according to the data I found, only 2 people have ever streamed that game on Twitch. One of them being someone I recommended the game to myself. And yeah, me just having more viewership on that stream than that other person. The name sounds familiar. I streamed that game for my model debut. It was like end of November. I saved you from the case of lack of Asties. I see. I see. It's a mecha game by Hideo Kojima. I see. In her eyes category literally has 0 followers on Twitch. Yeah, that checks out. I do really love that game. Wait, I also still haven't put oil on my tame. I am being very dumb here. And by that I mean I just am not paying enough attention to what I'm actually doing. If I lose this, because of stupid things like that, then I'm not gonna be happy about having to redo all of this. But yeah, I think I'm just not really familiar with the mecha genre in general. I found out about another mecha series of games recently that I guess just didn't gain popularity here in the West compared to Japan. These guys are rank 1, so you're fine. Yeah, I'm less worried about winning this fight and more worried about the experience points I'm missing out on. Released in 2020, yeah, by Not Dead Luna. The developer is currently working on a 3rd game right now. Which mecha game am I talking about? Custom Robo. Found out about it because I saw Monica streaming it. Port Goyle should be rank 4 by now. You've heard it's pretty good. Yeah, I am interested in trying it. So, I need to make sure that as soon as I can, I actually put Goyle on my team now. One thing I have noticed about this game is sometimes NPCs will come from or go to completely unexpected places. Like, were the police just back there watching this whole time? Did they go around through the woods where I can't go? Did they just go around us while we were battling? Such a nice police captain. Not really. They really made him a jerk to begin with. Like, the first line he says just immediately makes you hate him. I wish they made him more likable. I saw it in a GameCube. You saw that GameCube game how to use star ones? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if I came across it at some point and just missed it. But it seems like the kind of thing that I would have picked up. I mean, I also never had a GameCube, so that probably has something to do with it. I was always in the handheld console section at game stores, because I was a handheld gamer originally. As you can probably tell with me playing games like Fossil Fighters and Pokemon. I bought a Monster CRT a week ago. 32-inch, weighs over 200. Yeah, those TVs are very heavy. And in my experience, they tend to make very high-pitched noises that are very irritating. Have I tried Fire Emblem yet? I was just playing it last night, actually. I have Shadow Dragon that I got as a kid. And then I have the that trio of games for 3DS. The ones where there are basically a few different routes you can take through the same story. Your Japanese GameCube to the GBA attachment. Oh god, not Shadow Dragon? Wait, what's wrong with Shadow Dragon? I did get Fates, but yeah, most of my Fire Emblem experiences with Shadow Dragon. It's basically a remake of the... Well, I guess the second remake of the original would be the way to put it. Boring is sin and the graphics are the ugliest you've seen? That is very harsh. Alright, let's try to get perfect on this time. And I keep doing little bits of damage. I'm not really having issues with going too slowly. Last time we got 99 points with 5 seconds to spare. So that tells me my balance wasn't too off. I just slightly messed up the execution. And then, after I clean this, I can actually drop off the rest for cleaning, assuming the last set is actually finished. Take it slowly. And I still ended up damaging it. it's just stupidly hard on the highest difficulty and Marth sucks as a unit in that game. I never played it on the highest difficulty. Not sure that I'm really into Fire Emblem enough to try that at some point, but we'll see. This game is so good. I do really like this game, obviously, as I'm getting a challenge run of it. Let you experience the 3DS era Fire Emblem. From what I've heard, the modern games tend to, I guess, feel more not sure the best way to put it. Oh, thank you, Anonymous, for the gifted subs. I appreciate it. I always feel awkward when it's an anonymous gifter because I don't know who to thank. But I guess that's kind of the point of gifting anonymously. Okay, but Awakening before I even bought a 3DS. Get it on a borrowed 3DS? Really? When did I get a rich viewer? I don't know. I mean, I've done gift subs before, just not... I don't think I've gotten this many gifted subs in one stream before. And welcome, Yadako. Oh gosh. Thank you again, Anonymous, who may or may not be the same person. I will never know. Foreign games are interesting due to the art style of Engage, and because that you didn't even bother playing it. Yeah, the art direction absolutely seems different now than it used to. Definitely feels more anime in terms of character designs and whatnot. And the I do think the relationship system that they added feels kind of out of place. You've heard online that Engage's art director was a VTuber artist and you wholeheartedly believe it? I'd have to see for myself what you're talking about. Oh, I did hear that at least a modern Fire Emblem game had live 2D animation implemented for character portraits, in which case it makes sense that they would have a VTuber artist for that, as they would be experienced with live 2D. Considering that's how 2D avatars tend to work. I think this one, obviously. I also heard it got very mixed reception because a lot of people just don't like live 2D animation for some reason. I think it's pretty darn neat. as do many other people, obviously. But yeah, that's probably why the reception ended up being mixed. Also keep in mind a lot of information I hear about things I'm not familiar with is very scattered and incomplete. You see the outfits and can't stop thinking how it's impossible the women go into battle. I mean, that's also kind of a thing with a lot of character designs in general. Like Evelyn from League of Legends or whoever running around in heels. Yeah, that the story every time someone would ask you whether they should play Engage, you told them play 3 houses instead. I really do not know enough about this. Why do you have to go with the color of blue and red with white? Yeah, that color scheme does have some, I guess, unfortunate associations. The designs in Shadow Dragon are pretty grounded. Though there are obviously some different colors involved. Oh yeah, and the armor is also a bit excessive, I have to say. Like, how does Drog move in that? He saw the red-blue hair and instantly knew that they were going the direction of Alir previously being evil. Yeah, I again do not know enough for this conversation. So it's actually kind of good that that wasn't a one-shot, because it means I can... It means I don't have to worry about the big FP boost. That is one potential downside of my vivosaurs being too high rank, is managing opposing health bars and FP can make a big difference, at least later on. Not a big deal this early. You promise if I were to watch the opening cinematic, I would know exactly what you mean? Really? Then go ahead and switch. Finish it off. Every time you see Armor Knights and Fire Emblem, you wonder why they still can't get Armorite on them. It's very clearly exaggerated for effect. Armor does not look like that historically due to how difficult it would be to move in it, and also the excessive amount of material required. I know the late medieval period, there were some very heavy armor, but Not like that. Are they removing their breastplate and using it as a shield? I don't think I've seen that. Now I get to meet Rosie's rich grandpa. Mr. Richmond. In the Richmond building. Specifically, which games did that happen in? Chapter 2, Digadig Village. It was the end of this chapter where I ended up failing my first attempt. I helped Metal Dealer Joe be arrested. Oh boy. Yeah, isn't or at least part of the point of a shield is so that you can move it around instead of having a big, well, having to wear such heavy armor all over your body. But also potentially being able to use the shield aggressively. Anyway, on to Knotwood Forest. We shall see what I get as my encounter here. I'm hoping it's V-Raptor. I suppose if you could find it's a custom sprite, but that's what it looks like. I do not see that as a GIF, it just looks like a link to me. I know they implemented GIFs in Twitch chat. Wait, don't you need a tier 3 sub for that? I guess it makes sense it would only be a link. As far as I'm aware, there's only one person who has gotten a tier 3 sub in my chat. So I'm hoping for V-Raptor here. I think that's probably the best case scenario. Worst case scenario is probably Venator because then I'm missing a fire vivosaur. Can I just pick up fossils, please? No? Okay. Getting dragged off to complain to the rich grandfather. You suggest bribery? Finally back to the nepotism part of the story? Exactly. The appeal of Fire Emblem is that it's low fantasy and won't break your brain on how stupid complicated it can get. Yeah, I think I really liked the low fantasy aspect of it as a kid. I guess I shall clean the couple of fossils I managed to snag in the meantime. I don't think I had quite that many donation points at this point in the game last attempt, though. I'll see whether I get my encounter here. It is a head fossil. I think that's probably V-Raptor, right? Doesn't look like the Venator fossil from before. Pretty sure the other vivosaur is one of the small long-range ones, if I recall correctly. Could be wrong about that. Honestly, I think V-Raptor is pretty good for a challenge like this. It has pretty solid stats and a solid support effect. Come on. Ads are starting. I don't think I even got a warning. I think I'm gonna need to... figure out what the problem is. But yeah, since ads are starting, I'm going to take my break and be back in a few minutes. Forgot to unmute myself. Answer over, I'm back. Unfortunately, we did end up getting Venator here as my encounter, which means I don't have any fire vivosaurs for now, and will probably want to revive Compso. Which means I need to grind for donation points, which I'm not really looking forward to. Welcome back, thank you. Yeah, Parabum has heavy fleet dragons and a somewhat simple magic system from what I can tell. And obviously, Pegasus's, or whatever the plural is. They never seemed that fantastic compared to other fantasy games. Or worlds, I should say. Also, I think the word I was looking for is fantastical. Not fantastic. Then again, I have seen much lighter fantasy like Ranger's Apprentice. It's technically light fantasy. There are only like a couple fictional creatures and like one instance of magic being used ever. Alika, thanks for the stream. Have a nice day, or whatever time it is for you. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. I read Ranger's Apprentice, but don't remember a lot about it. I really liked those books when I was, I want to say, in middle school. I liked them more than other similar series like Harry Potter or Percy Jackson. Yeah, that's not what I wanted to do. Can't afford any of them anyway. Wait, I'm even more broke than I was last time. And when their friend became a new Jarl and he had to be escorted or something. That's the last you remember. And I think he became the Jarl like end of book 4. I don't remember him needing to be escorted until later books, though. Then again, it has been quite a while since I read them. Alright, time to bribe Dr. Dickens. Yeah, I think I also read Narnia around that time. And well, guess it's not really important. Around high school, my taste in media in general changed kind of a lot. In terms of books and games and music and television and whatnot. Not that I don't like the things that I liked before. Like, obviously I still like Fossil Fires, but... 'cause, 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 ' sounded unappealing when Halt started smiling a lot more to the apprentice. It feels weird. On the one hand, it's natural that you would, I guess, open up more as a very secretive character. But it's another thing when it feels like a completely different character. Like, if you have him in your head as someone who just isn't expressive at all, then that can feel very jarring. Because you can't really expect a not very expressive person to just change like that. But I don't think that's really the impression of his character that I got. He didn't seem like someone that could never open up to me. But naturally, different people are going to have different interpretations of characters and media in general. But yeah, I do also need to put Venator on my team. Let me do that right now. It says Simon's teacher acknowledged him for the first time, but almost got whiplash whenever the big meeting happened. Was that with Gillen or however it's supposed to be pronounced? Because that was his former apprentice. Are you talking about, Yeah, I'm not actually sure exactly what you're referring to. Sorry. Probably kind of hard to do that when talking about something we haven't read in years. But yeah, I think it's time, once I get Venator body to start grinding for Compso, which is going to be kind of a pain, but I think I've got to do it. And now would definitely be as a time. Connected to the main character. Start of book 4. But I think that would have been start of book 5 if you're talking about what I think you're talking about. Maybe. But again, I don't think this conversation is very productive when our memories are this fuzzy. And again, it has been a very long time. It was over 15 years ago since you've read them. Now, I don't even remember what the last time was when I read them. Is this something I can... No. This is definitely S-Raptor head. Yeah, I'm gonna have to break this. Because I am not allowed to revive it. And I guess I could just revive it and then not use it, but I also don't want to clutter my box like that. And this is the same thing. Your sister lost one of your bucks. That is unfortunate. Don't really have anything to continue cleaning. Just gonna keep looking for Venator body. I really hope this doesn't take all that long. This is going to be a tedious part of the game, I think. Oh, what I'm looking for... Maybe what I'm looking for? Yes, we'll see. I played Metroid Dread. I've never played a Metroid game, I have to admit. Closest I've played is, I guess, a couple of Metroidvanias. Like, I've obviously played Hollow Knight and Silk Song. I played... Gosh, what's it called? Insanely Twisted Shadow Planet. I think that counts as a Metroidvania. I've played a bit of Worldless, which I think is a Metroidvania. Is this what I'm looking for? The answer is a definite maybe. If I click off the fossil onto the background, I'm not actually sure whether that does anything like damage the fossil. I haven't tried it enough to find out. And I accidentally clicked on it once here and there, but never deliberately tried it to see what would happen. This could also just be a review sort that I don't have, and my efforts would be wasted in that case. But still better to try for it, I think. Try to get a good score. I think I went too slowly. Well, just barely got it. Still kind of needed to hurry at the end. That is Venture Body. Okay, nice. A site shadow game I mentioned. I guess I'll type it. I played it on Xbox 360. Adventure Drink 4. And now I go to Greenhorn Plains, fill up my fossil case, drop it up for cleaning, fill it up again. Asia Lakes on the 360. Or it's the Metroidvania, not a roguelike. And that's just a... Yeah, it feels very much like a Metroidvania. But I played it before I knew what a Metroidvania was. And I knew what Metroid was at the time, but I never heard the term Metroidvania. Wait, that was a new fossil rock? Or am I just misremembering what that was? Wait, I didn't go where I wanted to. I wanted to go to Greenhorn Plains. That's what threw me off. Music should have tipped me off, but I'm just not paying enough attention. You're just staring at a roguelike and your brain wires got crossed, I see. It happens. I understand. Okay, so... I'm actually just gonna go ahead and sell that rock. Because it's... just taking up space in my case. And then I can actually go to Greenhorn Plains. I definitely understand brain being in multiple places at once and words coming out wrong. It's like a game that didn't have a disc release. Yeah, probably didn't. I played it... I think I got it from the online store. Have we established the strongest dino yet? We have not. I am currently on attempt 2 because I wiped at the end of last time. But this time, because I got Venator again, I'm just going to go ahead and grind for Compso, which might help me not wipe again to Nevada. Yeah, the point of the game I'm currently at is beginning of Knotwood Forest. I just bribed Dr. Diggins to get past the Fossil Center employee. Dr. Janelle Diggins, the guy who's basically Professor Elm. I know his name is just supposed to be a play on digging for fossils, but I have to wonder whether that means that's his actual family name and he happened to get excited about digging up fossils, or he legally changed his name to be Dr. Diggins. That's a great name. It is. Definitely a fitting name. I'm not sure how I would feel about that being my last name. Yeah, I can go ahead and drop these off and get a case to clean manually. I like to imagine it's the same coincidence that made all the Pokemon professors have tree names. Yet, much like this game, you have to wonder whether the Pokemon professors changed their names or the Lee tree. Well, Lee means grassy field. Obviously, there are juniper trees, but there's also a Professor Juniper. There's only one fossil there. It got picked up twice, so there is another. Oak was named Oak since he was a kid, so he is canon. I guess his name was Oak as a kid, wasn't it? Do you think he's the one who set the precedent for other professors? Wait, is there a canon professor with the tree name before that? Like in Legends Arceus or something? I know very little about that game, so for all I know, there could be. I'm also not sure that professors even existed in that. I'm just trying to dig through fossils. You're kind of in my way. You're standing on the fossil, dude. Whatever. Oh, come on. I didn't know we meant that. What language is that in? English, I'm pretty sure. It's literally a chapter in Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon called Battle in the Lee, where you battle in a grassy field. Professor in Legends is Professor Laventon, which is a play on lavender. Well, it's definitely less on the nose, that's for sure. I only played up to chapter 3 in that game. Well, funnily enough, that's chapter 4. So, I guess you just missed it. And there's still one over here. Can I just dig up fossils, please, without being interrupted by fighters I'm not allowed to actually fight? So my stream name means grassy field of juniper flowers. And I guess a grassy field of junipers, not necessarily flowers. I'll just go ahead and claim these. I don't need to go back to completely fill up my caves. Grassy bat VTuber, I guess so. And I'll go ahead and start with the fossils I don't have perfect on. Because I've been trying to get perfect on them. I'm going to need to focus a bit more. And doing repetitive tasks is not good for my ability to focus. Because I will end up autopiloting and not paying as much attention as I should be. That was very common early on in my PokeMMO Nuzlocke. Whether it was grinding for levels or just going through hordes of easy trainers I didn't really need to think about battling. I already damaged it. Oh well. Yeah, there's a reason I don't really play PokeMMO anymore. You thought I said my name didn't mean the tree but the flower before? I don't think I said that at any point. I didn't really intend for it to refer to a specific species of juniper. But yeah, juniper flowers do exist. As do juniper berries. The question is whether or not I'm doomed to never get a 100 on this. And I think I got a 100 on it on my first attempt. As in my first Nuzlocke attempt, not my first attempt cleaning it on this Nuzlocke attempt. Because that's obviously not the case. Definitely need to be careful. There we are. Finally got it. now I can probably just go ahead and autopilot the rest of these. Because I don't really need to get a perfect score, I just need good enough for a 5. That being said, I forget exactly what score I need for 5 donation points. I know it's not exactly 100. It's probably like 95-ish. Which I can probably achieve on any of these without too much effort. Yep, funnily enough, earlier I did mention custom robo because we were talking about obscure, well, relatively obscure games with cult followings. And another mecha game came up. Were there any custom robo games released in English not on GameCube? I should say on consoles other than GameCube. That's the way I should put it. Yeah, Chibi Robo had a 3DS release with an amiibo. Yeah, I have no idea what Chibi Robo is or whether it's related. I'm guessing it's not related. There's one for the DS Custom Robo Arena. I might have to try that. I'm kind of surprised I got a 100 on that considering how little I was paying attention. There's so much cleaning I have to do. I'll be honest, I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to finish Chapter 2 this stream, because once again, I do have things I need to do after this. I'm gonna have to eat dinner and do dishes and laundry and whatnot. And probably should work on some other things as well. The game received average reviews according to Video Game Ring to Metacritic. Amitsu gave it a 31 out of 40. Flex when you have adult responsibilities. Honestly, adult responsibilities haven't been unkind to me, I don't think. In the sense that I don't think they've been any worse than responsibilities I had in school, for example. Or at least they haven't been as difficult for me. But I think a lot of that just has to do with the lack of freedom that comes from basically not being seen as a person legally and your parents having so much control over you. Kind of makes it difficult to learn how to function, especially as a neurodivergent person, when you're basically not allowed to. So I'll get 5 donation points from a 95. Or 96. That was a 96. I don't know why I said 95. Getting some freedom is like breathing fresh air. Yes, that's a way to put it. But I know... I think a lot of people, if not most people, have a very different experience. Probably explains why so many people talk about how childhood was so much easier than adulthood. Can't be in such a hurry to grow up and all that. Trade-off is that paying bills and having basically no money is awful. I mean... I think... that's going to vary quite a bit from person to person. I think different people are going to have different financial situations. And I am by no means wealthy. I have a below average income and need to pay bills myself. But I do think that with some financial responsibility, I definitely have more spending money than I did as a kid. You're a gamer, you are never in a hurry to grow up. I mean, my parents really like to restrict my access to video games, I will say. So that was certainly a motivator on my part. I think I would tolerate roommates as well. Probably not. I mean, I've had roommates before, for short periods of time. But I think the privacy and I guess quiet of living alone is pretty important to me. But then again, I also just don't pay for a lot of things that a lot of people seem to treat as obligatory expenses as an adult. Like, I don't pay for transportation because I just walk everywhere, so I don't have to worry about a car and gas and insurance, bus fare, and all that stuff. Have I ever talked about the experience of rooming with other people? Not really. Also, another thing is I don't think I'm a very good roommate personally, and I wouldn't really want to inflict that on other people. Because I kind of need to live at my own pace. You stand up, frugal queen. I may think it would not be a wise financial decision for me to invest in a car, for example. Yeah, think like when I'm up during the day, when I do certain things like cooking and cleaning is likely not going to be compatible with someone else. Which is why I say that. Like, I'm probably going to be up when someone else is trying to sleep, and they're probably gonna be up while I'm trying to sleep. Which is going to be terrible for everyone involved. How long does it usually take for me to walk to work? Like 10 to 15 minutes. Keep in mind, I chose where I live based on what's accessible at this location. Like, this is within walking distance of work, and it takes me like half an hour to walk to the grocery store, for example. You're always up all night while everyone else is asleep. Really nocturnal, like a bat. Yeah, sleeping with earplugs doesn't mean I can't hear. I absolutely do not block out all noise. I only reduce noise by like 20-something decibels. But I can still very much hear things like my refrigerator through them. And even my refrigerator can make it difficult for me to sleep sometimes. So yeah, a roommate being up while I'm trying to sleep would definitely be an issue for my sleep. Alchemister. Half an hour sounds a little rough for a grocery store. I mean, I don't really have a problem with it. I only really need to go once every couple weeks. Since I live by myself, I can carry 2 weeks of groceries in one trip. I do have a very nice backpack for that, though. In fact, when I just went to the store on Thursday, I was kind of impressed by how much I was able to fit in it. I thought for sure I was gonna have to actually use my hands to carry stuff, but I ended up not needing to. That being said, it is kind of hot this time of year by my own standards, but generally speaking, this is a point that I've heard come up when it comes to walking groceries home, is temperature control. Most of the time, it's not going to be hot enough for that to be a concern here anyway. But, honestly, half an hour in 70-degree weather isn't terrible at worst. Things might defrost a little, but that's about it. And I buy a lot? You were buying a lot. You'd use a tote. More than usual, largely because I had to buy more tissues after being sick. I got a 6-pack of tissue boxes. And I kind of had to... So I have my backpack. I also have a reusable grocery bag. I was able to just barely fit that in the grocery bag, which I can just hook onto my backpack. And then everything else was able to fit into the backpack. Yeah, I don't have a tote bag, and I think grocery stores around here actually don't allow you to carry tote bags into them. Likely because they've had issues with people stealing stuff with tote bags. Got a Swiss backpack. It's one that I originally got to carry stuff while I bike. So it's like a backpacking backpack, but I think a lot of backpacking backpacks are actually larger. It's like a smaller sized backpacking backpack. As opposed to like a school backpack. That being said, I had kind of a large school backpack as well at some point. Funnily enough, that's how I dislocated my patella the first time. I was walking with my backpack after school, and it was one of those roller ones. And it was during breakup season, so there were puddles everywhere. And I didn't want to get wet from the puddle, so I jumped over the puddle. And it ended up slamming into the side of my leg. And it just popped out of place. I really do not have very, glorious stories from my most severe injuries. They sound kind of silly when you actually hear it. You using a normal-sized backpack is normal? Is your a lifelong card gamer? Yeah, I understand. Did I go to the hospital for it, or did I pop it back in? It just popped back in by itself, actually. Though I can't say the same for the other 2 times it happened. But yeah, I ended up going to the hospital and they gave me a brace for it. See, at that point I was pretty much prepared for the next couple of times. Much better than a fracture yet. Thankfully, I have never broken a bone. I've chipped a tooth, but I don't even remember when that happened. I just noticed that the tip of the tooth felt very rough. The amount that got chipped off must have been very minimal. Which is probably why I didn't notice. How does this game and challenge run work? Well, it's a Nuzlocke where I'm only allowed to use the first, I guess, the first vivosaur that I dig up a head fossil for in each area. And if a vivosaur gets KO'd in battle, it's considered dead and can no longer be used. Typical Nuzlocke stuff. The biggest constraints in terms of experience and progression is I'm not allowed to battle random fighters at all, which severely limits the amount of experience available. And the fossil chips that I get to use to actually unlock more body part fossils, I'm restricted in when I'm able to use them. Hey, dentist tell me or something? Basically I noticed the roughness, asked a dentist about it, and he said, yeah, it looks like a little bit got chipped off there. That's pretty much it. So yeah, I have no idea when or how it actually got chipped. But yeah, this is a creature collecting game. Where you revive basically environmentally changed dinosaurs called vivosaurs. And you use them in 3 versus 3 battles that are very positioning based, and you need to manage what's called FP, or fossil points. Which is what you use to actually use your skills as opposed to the PowerPoint system with Pokemon moves. Can I get that file down? I mean, maybe? It doesn't bother me that much. You're confused because you thought you heard Venusaur? Oh yeah, Okay, really? Another ad break started without warning? They really need to fix that because I have it set to notify me beforehand, but I'm not getting the notifications sometimes. Like, one stream it'll give me the notifications just fine, but then the next stream it won't give me the notification at all, so it just gets sprung on me without any kind of warning. Which is frustrating. I think I might need to contact support or something about that. Maybe the settings were changed? I have gone into the settings for this exact issue. It was set correctly. I changed it and changed it back. It worked again the next stream. Stopped working again. And then it fixed itself again and then broke again. I don't think I have any way to manipulate it. Also, I just kind of jumped into the next fossil cleaning without taking a break. Oh well. It's not like anything important is happening anyway. But yeah, very frustrated with Twitch because of that. I am damaging this quite a bit. Might need to slow down just to make sure I still get the 5 points. $95. Just meet 5 donation points. I'm actually almost at 200 now. Problem is, even with 200, that only gets me enough for the head. That doesn't get me enough for the body. Anyway. Guess that means I'm roughly halfway done with donation point grinding. Which is something. It's almost 1 AM and you can't fall asleep. And that's always frustrating. Though I'm usually awake at 1 AM anyway. I'm usually asleep at like 3, or at least I try to be. Hey, sometimes I just can't fall asleep. And it starts getting noisy from all the morning people at like 5 AM. Which seems very early to me. have enough for the first Compso fossil. I guess I'll go ahead and get that now. Still seems very weird to me that this NPC is just named Staff. Guess I'll get the Compso head. That's my donation clean encounter. Found earplugs, which seems to help with warning noises. I always sleep with earplugs in. They help, but they do not completely fix noise. Alright, I only have one shot at this. At least, unless I grind for more donation points. Yeah, that means I need to really try to get a good score on this. I need to focus quite a bit here. This is a very hard fossil. Finished it a little bit. Trying to get through all this with the drill is going to be difficult with how tough the fossil is. Or the rock is, I should say. You might notice it's red. I'm pretty sure donation point fossils are all guaranteed to be red fossils. And when it's red, it's basically a rare fossil that gets a bonus 25 points to whatever the cleaning score is. Gosh. Trying to get through this. It's very easy to end up damaging the fossil. Didn't even get a smashing success. But, oh well. Not terrible, at least. Being both a night owl and having noises be a sensory nightmare has got to be pretty bad. Yeah, it is rough. But yeah, the timer is very pressing when a rock is hard like that, and I don't have the upgraded tools yet. Can I go ahead and put Compso on the team now? Oops. As you can see, it has a very strong support effect, but is also very squishy. Its defense is 3. But yeah, now I need to grind for the body fossil, which will also take a while. Hopefully not too long, we shall see. I'm probably not going to grind for upgrades aside from the fossil chits, just because of how time-consuming it is and the fact that the other upgrades aren't really necessary. They're just nice to have. So how do I get experience? Basically, just from story battles and from fossil cleaning. Because fossil cleaning, you get an amount of experience equal to the score you get. And each level up takes 50 experience points. So if you get a perfect 100 on a head fossil, then you end up with a level 2 right off the bat. If you then get perfect on the body fossil, then you end up with a level 4. So 4 is realistically the highest level I can achieve right now. Unless I get rare red fossils. Which... I actually forget whether you can randomly get those. I think you can. They're more easily obtainable and it's dark fossils, plus obviously the donation coins. Get you red fossils, as you just saw. So yeah, the majority of my experience points are going to need to come from cleaning. And then I can hopefully get higher levels from the actual required battles. But that's going to be difficult if I repeatedly change out party members. And is also why I think I'm going to do some side stories stuff to try to get more experience points that way. Because I don't think those are... Well, for all I know, there could be random encounters required for some of them. You can go ahead and drop these off. I think that's a Shan fossil I still need a 100 on. But yeah, the timing of when I'm allowing myself the fossil chips are dependent on what levels opposing vivosaurs are going to be at different points in the game. It is kind of annoying needing to repeatedly reject challenges. It just kind of feels like a waste of time. I also don't think you even can get randomly challenged digging up fossils until Chapter 2. I don't think I've seen any random fighters in Chapter 1. We're still in Chapter 1. No, this is Chapter 2. I finished Chapter 1 a while ago. It's a pretty short chapter. It has a lot of tutorial stuff you need to go through. And the battles are very easy. You know nothing about this game, so you're trying to figure it out as you watch, I see. The battle system is probably easier to explain once I actually get into a battle. But it might be a little bit before I actually get to that point, just because I'm trying to grind donation points right now. I really don't like needing to do this, but I think my random encounter luck necessitates it. Which I guess is the downside of the rule set I put together. The only fossil I think would be worth replacing a different fossil with is a Shan fossil. Wouldn't be much of a challenge run if it was easy. Exactly. I kind of focused on making it difficult with my rules. Okay, none of these are Chans. As long as I get like a 95, I should be fine. For max donation points. I'm still not entirely sure what the break point is. There's 5. But I think it's probably around 95. I don't think low 90s would be enough. That probably only gets me 4. But again, I could be misremembering. Still end up getting a 100 in only half the time. Some fossils are easier than others, that's for sure. Like, these are all way easier than the Compso fossil was. I guess the best way I can explain the battle system in a simplified way is it's like a Pokemon triple battle, except instead of power points, your vivosaurs as a whole have a collective mana pool that replenishes by a certain amount every turn. Except instead of simultaneous turns with speed order, it's each player takes a turn at a time. Plus there's the escape zone. Plus there are more damage modifiers involved depending on which position you're in. Like if you're in the middle, you deal and take more damage. compared to being on the sides. And being on the sides, you can't attack the opposing Venusaurs on the sides. And there's support effects, which kind of act like some abilities do. Like Friend Guard in a way. Not sure that I'm really explaining this effectively. I'm just trying to compare it to other games. Support effects are passive. Yeah, basically, each Venusaur has its own support effect that it applies if it's in the support zone, which is being on the sides rather than in the middle. And it can apply to either your own middle Venusaur or the opponent's middle Venusaur. And it can be a buff or a debuff. Or even a mix of buffs and debuffs, depending on what it is. And then instead of having long-range moves that let you hit opposing sides from your side, there are long-range Venusaurs that let you attack from the side or attack the sides without having the damage penalty. Or with a small subset of long-range Venusaurs, actually get a damage bonus. Which I did not actually know before doing research for this challenge. It's an idea based on what I said, but you'd have to see it to know whether your visualization is accurate. That's understandable. Because the middle position is more like a front position, I guess. Then what the escape zone is it's basically a rear position that you can move your middle Venusaur to. It stays there for a couple turns where it cannot attack or be attacked. And it's automatically forced out to a side position after the 2 turns are up. And instead of having forced switch moves like Dragon Tail or whatever, there are moves that can knock Venusaurs out of the attack zone into the escape zone. I am not drinking enough water. I should probably help a little bit, as my throat is getting sore. I've been speaking kind of a lot. There's a reason I can't stream too many hours. And aside from just having enough time around work and other responsibilities, it's also just a lot of energy, and I am not used to speaking this much, so it takes a toll on my throat, and I swallow a bunch of air, and then my stomach gets sore. Bit unsettled, I guess. Kinda surprised I haven't started getting hiccups today. At least not that I've noticed. Is you aggressively requesting I drink water? I do have a redeem for that. I did just drink water though. Am I good speaker, by the way? Thank you. I really don't feel like I am, though. I feel like I misspeak a lot of the time. And just generally don't know how to read things or talk to people in general, but I have been getting better at it. I have been streaming for, what, 2.5 years now? As of, I guess, tomorrow, I think. Way better than I used to be. If you look at my first streams, there is a lot of me just not talking. Or just being very awkward in general. I'm very good, trust you. There's some frankly awful streamers and I'm not one of them. I appreciate it. And like I said, I do think I've come a long way from where I started. It definitely takes practice, especially for someone who is not used to talking with people a lot. Yeah, I think when it comes to streamers, there are also a lot of people who just start and don't keep it up, so they end up not getting that experience. So they don't, you know, get practice and get better. But honestly, if you're trying it just to try it and end up not liking it, there's nothing wrong with that. When I started streaming, I did it out of curiosity more than anything. I didn't think I would take to it quite as well as I ended up doing. Still feels like some of the times I am struggling and just don't really know what to say. It's just a whole lot less of that now than there used to be. Is it better because of the non-personal nature and being... potentially being a VTuber? I mean... I don't think that makes it easier. It's not like I don't think of my viewers as actual people rather than just being words in a chat, which I think a lot of people on the internet kind of have a problem with doing. To the point where, as a new streamer, I would see my view count go up, and I would start panicking because I felt like there is someone there putting me on the spot. And obviously I have gotten better about that. I do think not having my personal... what's the way to put it? Identity on the line can help. I mean, it definitely helped me build the motivation to try it. Like, okay, it's not like anyone's going to care if I mess this up. I'm not really attached to my image that much. But honestly, I think that's changed since then. Since I've grown, I guess, more attached to this identity and image. And there's a lot more at stake if I somehow blow it. If anything, that makes things harder for me now than it did. How am I gonna blow it? I don't know. If I end up taking the wrong person off, or end up breaking a social convention I'm not aware of or whatever, and end up receiving a lot of backlash or something. I never really know, considering my autism and Micah's understanding of social roles. A lot of the time, I do not know what is going to cause issues, or what did cause issues if I did, somehow. So, naturally, that would cause a lot of anxiety on my part around social interaction. Can't feel like I'm exactly trying to say something controversial. I mean, let's be honest, pretty much anything could be controversial nowadays. Basically anything you say, someone could have a problem with it. So I don't think I'm really afraid of giving my opinions, because I do have, I guess, unconventional opinions. So there are certain topics that I avoid talking about just because they're very controversial in nature. Specifically, I think I do a great job at giving myself the time to think about what I want to say. Funny you say that. I use usual words in the pauses to think about what I say is good practice. I actually have a very bad habit, or at least had a very bad habit when I was younger, of just not speaking for minutes, trying to think of how I want to say something. So just speaking without thinking about it way too much is something that I've had to practice and get better at. Which, the consequences of that is that sometimes I lose track of what I'm saying in the middle of the sentence more frequently, or I misspeak more frequently. But obviously, I think that's better than having me barely speak and just have several minutes at a time of silence. I think there's a difference between deleted permanently online people taking offense at something and actually being offensive. Seems like I'm not one to say something legitimately offensive. Yeah, I'm definitely someone who tries to treat people with kindness and respect. I think it's important to consider the effects on other people before I say or do something. But of course, different people have different ideas of what is offensive. I am on top of that fossil. Of course, there are some streamers who basically build their entire brand around being controversial, but that's a whole other thing. Oh, welcome, Real. Thank you for the raid. And welcome in, Raiders. Let me give you a shout out real quick. I am Gina Prilly, Betty VTuber and Challenge Runner. Currently doing a Nuzlocke of fossil fighters. You should be able to find the complete rule set in my Twitch panels if you care about that. Welcome, Michi. And click the weren't you already here? Yeah, what were you up to on your stream? How did that go? I probably saw you on Final Fantasy earlier. I'm guessing you were playing more Final Fantasy after that. I also heard it was your birthday. At least according to Shadow. But he always says it's your birthday. But yeah, thank you for the health check. Give me a sec to do that. Health has been checked. He did raid amended some open world content after their ants. I see. Yep, he got some good drops and hope you enjoyed the game. It's not your birthday, it's his birthday and my birthday. And anyone else who said happy birthday to you, I see. Alright, this is a fossil that I still need to get it perfect on. Honestly, what I've been up to in this game the past, like, hour has not been very exciting because I got unfortunate encounter luck with Venator, which is an Earth Vivosaur, which means I'm not going to have a Fire Vivosaur before the next level up battle, which is where I wiped on my first attempt, which is why I am currently grinding for donation points for Compso fossils. So hopefully Compso can help me, I guess, compensate for lack of a fire Venusaur. And of course, grinding for donation points means cleaning lots and lots of fossils. Guess we're not going so well. RNG hates you. I am sorry to hear that. 3 out of 18 items obtained. Sounds like you have a lot of items you're going for then. 18 seems like a lot for an MMO. Unless this is 18 of one specific item that you're trying to get a bunch of. Which I think would make more sense, actually. But yeah, trying to get the drops you need in an MMO is pain. I definitely understand, and we'll need to go through the same thing on stream if and when I end up doing my Wizard 101 challenge. Which I guess we'll see when that happens. It's also very difficult for me to read chat while I'm actively cleaning fossils, because I'm on a timer. I'm getting donation points to buy the specific fossil for a specific Venusaur, yes. I already got enough for the head fossil, so now I need the body fossil. It's actually 6 different items, but 3 of each. That seems odd. Are these like crafting ingredients or something? If so, I'd imagine they would come from different sources. I guess it's possible that they all come from the same source. I don't play that many MMOs, or at least I could never get into that style of MMO. Just because the gameplay never really stuck with me. The MMOs I have more experience with are more turn-based RPGs, such as Wizard 101, obviously, In Town, Poke MMO, though that's an unofficial MMO. I always heard about Wizard 101 but never played it. I actually really like the gameplay, obviously, but it can be very redundant at times. It's not guaranteed to drop. Yeah, it seems like that's usually the case. Especially for MMOs. It's very rare that you'll run into something like Skyr and Hosta where it's a guaranteed drop from a certain boss. The Sky Iron Hosta is something that you're supposed to get for story reasons, hence why it's a guaranteed drop. And it's actually a very good item. It's basically best in slot for like 60 to 70 levels. Depending on what gear you're going for, I guess, or what kind of build you're going for. Those are hard nowadays, but it's not having enough time to sink into the grind. Yeah, that's... It always bugs me when you need to spend a lot of time grinding for something in a game. Especially when you're trying to do it challenge run on stream. As you can probably tell from my current situation. Just because it gets very boring with how redundant it is. And there isn't really as much to talk about if I'm trying to talk to an audience. Which I guess isn't that big of a deal if your audience just wants to talk about whatever. But at the same time, I try not to rely on my audience for anything. Those are awful for that. You can't tolerate the repetitive brain dead tasks. Yeah, it's... Even in Wizard 101, it can become a bit much sometimes. A lot of drops you can get from just the bazaar, which players need to sell their own drops to. But some drops are no auction, and those drops can be very much a pain to get. Like the Dragonspire gear that I'm gonna have to grind for in my challenge run. At least that's not... Well, at least I'm not really gonna have to grind until that point. But even then, it's annoying when you get quest after quest doing the same thing again and again, or fighting the same enemies repeatedly. Which is something I really didn't like about Zafaria. And sometimes quests will require item drops that aren't guaranteed, which are very annoying. Like the Leaves quest in Wisteria. Enjoy my stream's best when I'm just talking about stuff. I think different audience members have different tastes for that kind of thing. And that can be... that kind of thing, I think, a Twitch or stream audience will be more receptive to. But if someone's just watching a VOD or video on YouTube, then I think that will not be as interesting to them, since A, they're not actually taking part in the conversation, and B, it's distracting from the main focus. That's why they clicked on the video or whatever to begin with. And then there lurkers, of course, you just want to listen in and not speak. But they'll, of course, have their own tastes, and I don't think there's really any universal rule to that. Come on. There we are. But yeah, the challenge run I have planned for Wizard 101 is kind of like an Iron Man challenge. But heavily... Well, the main point is to do everything independently and not have to worry about... or not have to do things with other players, which definitely changes up the progression and makes things more difficult. And I do kind of slightly break that in the rules, just as anti-grinding measures outside of that. Like being allowed to buy things at the bazaar if I've already beaten the enemy that normally drops that item. But of course that doesn't help with no auction items. Also, I see a number of redeems going off that I'm gonna have to do after I'm done cleaning this fossil. Come on. There we are. Hello, I'm back from lunch. Welcome back, balls. You're a front stop hater, so you can understand that to an extent. I am not actually sure what you're referring to with that. Yeah, let me do that health check real quick. Health has been checked. I usually lurk all the time and not say anything. And that's understandable. Sometimes you just don't feel like talking. And I hope that those people also enjoy my streams. I believe I'm on number 15 now. Ooh, bad fact number 15. That's maybe known for carrying many diseases, which is actually because their cells have inherent immunity to many diseases, which means their immune system doesn't need to be as strong to fight them off. I'm not actually sure how that works exactly, but I thought it was interesting. Have a good stream, thank you, and enjoy foods. Happy birthday, Real. I was talking about cheddars having their own preference in their content creators compared to lurkers. Yeah. I think I understand. Time to go get more fossils, I guess. That is very interesting. Yeah, as I said, I'm not exactly sure how that works. But it does explain why they tend to be known for curing diseases. They're asymptomatic carriers. Not necessarily. It's more that their immune systems don't fight back against diseases as much because they don't need to. So they will end up laying dormant. Is the bat is unaffected by them. Obviously, bats are still affected by some. It probably didn't explain it the best, which is probably due to me not understanding it the best, so I apologize for that. As I've said, I am kind of running out of cool bat facts to give, which I was kind of afraid of happening when I implemented the redeem. But I am doing my best. There should be another ad break coming soon, but there won't be a warning for it. So I'm going to need to stay alert so I can actually take a break when that happens. I did not mean to leave. This can have to go back, I guess. When I'm grinding like this, there's not really any point in me chopping less than a full case off for cleaning. Because, as I said before, it's always guaranteed to take 15 minutes. Wait, why am I actually getting a warning for the ad break now? I wasn't getting warnings before. What the heck? Yeah, another ad break's coming in 2.5 minutes. How many donation points do I need? It's 200 per fossil. So I needed 200 for the head. And now I need 200 for the body. And I think I'm currently at 100 something. I'll have to find out exactly when I go back to check on the fossils I dropped off. So it shouldn't take too much longer for me to get to that point now. I only get 5 per fossil. And I get 95 plus points on? Yeah, I think it's 95 plus. But the fossils I drop off for cleaning, I'm only getting like 2 points each for. So, in the span of 20 minutes, maybe longer than 20 minutes, and getting I guess 40 points from cleaning fossils and like 16 points from dropping them off. So yeah, it's taking a while. Of course, that's just estimates on my part. And assuming I get the full 5 coins for each one I claim. I got 21 donation points from that. How many am I at now? 143. I am getting there. I'll drop these off for cleaning. Ads are starting, so I will take my break and be back in just a few minutes. Alright, ads are over. I am back. One thing I didn't really mention before that was kind of relevant to the conversation is sometimes I do use filler words like not for the sake of filling good space, but more to express confusion or uncertainty. But I guess I'm not really sure whether filler words tend to be used that way. Welcome back, thank you. And yeah, I think the load times can be annoying at times, but they also could be a lot worse in this game. I was also kind of surprised by how happy I was just to be able to say that I was taking a break because of ads and I'd be right back, but I guess that just goes to show how frustrated I was with the lack of notifications of ads being about to start. Also, this is probably not a surprise to anyone who's watched my stream or my channels for a while. I tend to be very uncertain about things in general. And I think that's very much reflected in my speech. Welcome, China. Come on. Till the ads. I cannot do that without giving up my affiliate status. So that I do my best to make them as unobtrusive as possible. Good morning. Good morning, Sheena. What time is it right now? Your phone's in the way of the clock. 9:30. Sometimes 9:30 p.m. is good morning. I just cannot dig this fossil up with this dude in the way, can I? That is annoying. 1:30 p.m. for you? Yeah, I slept it until 2 something today, despite the fact that I went to bed early. I am very tired. But yeah, the ad settings that I'm using are meant to completely eliminate pre-rolls and minimize the number of breaks that I need to take and use the minimum lengths to achieve those ends. I'd say since it's important just to take care of my health, but I need to take breaks anyway. So doing that while ads play just makes the most sense. Oh, welcome, Pi. Welcome back. When did you get here? We shall see how close I get to 200 points from this full case. A few hours ago? Wait, did you say anything? You might have, and I just forgot. But for all I know, you could have just been lurking. I do not pay attention to lurkers. I figure they're lurking for a reason. If they don't want to make their presence known, so be it. You did not. My memory is good. I do think I have very good memory, but it's certainly not infallible, so I absolutely do forget things. There are definitely people with better memory than my own. Hi, Slucky. We have rule number 1 here. I am confused. I'm just gonna clean my fossils. Once I do get Compso fully... I shouldn't say fully. Once I get my second Compso fossil cleaned, I will finally be able to move on and progress the story. But also, I think I'm worried about how long this stream is going to go if I try to finish chapter 2 by the end of it. But I do have things I need to do after stream. But I think it might be a good idea for me to go for it anyway. Probably shouldn't take too long if I'm not reading out dialogue. That's the name of a Final Fantasy weapon? Would that be... Game Bold? I remember whether you ask me or not. Do I have a Switch 2? I have neither a Switch nor a Switch 2. My consoles come down to a Game Boy Advance SP, a DSi, and a 2DS. My family does have some consoles, but I don't have access to them as they no longer live anywhere near me. And obviously I have a PC. It would be kind of hard to stream if I didn't. And I guess an iPhone, if that counts as a console. And it can run games. Hello, Boris. You guess that's how it's pronounced? You heard someone pronounce it Gilborg? I don't get that from the spelling at all. Do I got games on my phone? I have Pokemon Champions on my phone. Where I attempt to be decent at competitive Pokemon. I don't think I have PokeMMO on it anymore. I have Plants vs. Zombies 2 on it. Plants vs. Zombies Heroes, the trading card game. I have Sunny, the mobile version, different from the Flash game version. I forget what else I have on there. I guess it's not really a trading card game, it's a collectible card game. Because you can collect them but not trade them. After the Metro Chameleon games, you figured I had PC? Yeah, that's... I think it's pretty apparent. Is Metro Chameleon only on PC? Yes, that makes sense. It would probably take a lot of resources for a game like that to be ported to other consoles. Platforms, I should say. Yeah, I guess PC and iPhone are more platforms rather than consoles. Because their main function isn't for running video games. By that logic, would the PlayStation even count as a console? I think a lot of people just use it as a DVD player, or at least used to. DVDs aren't really used that much anymore, I don't think. Okay. That was a pretty forceful hiccup. I guess there's no escape from them. That's how you might watch me rock out on that game. Yes, it's only on PC. Makes sense. You think I'm not terrible at that game? I also think I could be a lot better when I look at how good some other people are. I would have said I'm not really good at texturing. So my best options are really to hide places people aren't going to look and color match best I can. Someone like Quake, on the other hand, is much better at texturing and making herself difficult to see on surfaces you wouldn't necessarily expect. I also know a guy who likes to hide his fire extinguishers. I don't know how he even paints that fast. Yeah, I'd probably end up with enough donation points cleaning this fossil and getting the points from the ones I dropped off. Which means no more grinding. Finally. Only took like 2 hours. Which is almost half a stream at this point. And finally get on with progressing the story and battling. But I do have another encounter very soon. Basically right after the next fight. Speaking of the chameleon game, there's another game with a similar concept called Fake Me being developed. The 3D modeling one. I did hear about that. I am not sure whether it's something I'm going to try. Okay, I believe I'm at over 200 now. P20. I can get Compso body. Can go ahead and clean it. You're not good at art at all, so it wouldn't be your type of game. But maybe that fake game will be? Maybe. Okay, definitely need to focus more on this fossil again. This is going to be much tougher than the others I've been cleaning. It's a very hard rock, so things need to do a lot of hammering. And I've already damaged it. And the drill isn't going to be able to take as much off as I would like it to. It's times like this I wish I had the super drill or whatever it's called. But that is expensive, and I would need to grind money for that. And I really don't want to have to do more grinding right now. I would rather prioritize getting the fossil chips when I need it. Which I am probably going to need to grind for. Come on. Really? That was even worse than the head fossil. Oh well. Never mind, that 3E sculpting will probably be worse. Yeah, you probably need some sort of experience with 3D modeling to be decent at it from the start. You could probably get better with practice. Compso is looking very weak in terms of its bulk. Only 70 LP with 4 defense. Even Chan is more bulky. Going to need to be very wary of how I use Compso. Okay, finally back to Knotwood Forest. May as well break some stumps for the money. Do I plan on streaming today? Honestly, I feel like it's already streamed a good amount, but I probably want to try to finish out this chapter. So it'll probably take a bit a bit more time, maybe an hour. I don't really have a good estimate, I don't think. This guy's just explaining how the type chart works. Do I need Compso here? I think I want Venator. Here, we'll try Compso. Just to minimize risk around the Venator. Because it has such a big elemental advantage over everyone else. Now, for those who don't yet know how this battle system works, as you can see, each side of the field has 4 zones. There's the attack zone, 2 support zones, and the escape zone. Support zone vivosaurs apply their support effects to the attack zone vivosaurs. And each turn you get FP, which you use to execute skills. Each Vivosaur can only use 1 skill per turn. And Vivosaurs have passive skills. Like the Lictor here has auto countery. As you could see, it did damage to my Venator when I attacked it. Compso here has FP+, which means I get more FP per turn than I would otherwise. What do I want to do here? Sure. Let's see whether this is enough to KO. It's from the support zone. But it is an elemental advantage against an Electro with only 10% of its usual defense. Nice. I was able to immediately follow up for the KO, not sure whether that crit actually mattered. It might have. I'll still be lurking in case you fall asleep. I do hope you are able to fall asleep. And I can just go through this forest. Finish breaking the tree stumps for money. Not going to dig up fossils here yet because I'm going to want the space in my fossil case for the new encounter in the Digadigamid. These guys say Digadig a lot. I have encountered the Digadig tribe. Now we need to go investigate what happened to the other fighter who went missing. because there is a problem with the Digadigamid. And I sent someone to investigate who disappeared. And then the chieftain casts a spell on Rosie. Really, games like Mistfall? I don't know anything about Mistfall, I will be honest. What kind of game is it? And there it is. Oh wait, that was the game you were playing last time, right? I forgot that. An extraction PvP game? Yeah. Good. Dark Souls like mechanics or combat mechanics. I have never played an extraction shooter, and I have never played a Souls-like. So, I guess I wouldn't know. He's dead. Not quite. Just cursed. Finally get to do another fight. I am not going to be using my Earth Venusaurs this time. Compso would probably just get... Oh, code. Oh, wait. I just realized... It's not a ranged Vivosaur I could have gotten, which would be this one. I could have gotten... Nikes, which I'm not really sure how I forgot about. Nikes is like a... small... Venusaur that can inflict poison. I forget what its support effect was, or whether it was any decent. Big hits. Yeah, these enemies are very squishy, but they are long range. So if, say, I had... I probably could have ended the game that turn. Or ended the fight that turn. Oh well. If I had Compso in the back... and... one of these ranged Venusaurs that wasn't affected by its support effect decided to attack it, it would probably just die. I did kind of misplay that fight, but oh well. We're not quite getting into the difficult fights yet. They will be very soon, though. I think the fight after the next one, there will actually be some risk. We shall see what I end up reviving as my encounter here. I am hoping it's not patchy again. Lexo would be way nicer. Just because Lexo has a significantly better support effect and is significantly more bulky. Either one of them does a lot of damage. To be honest, I feel like these smaller, long-range vivosaurs feel kind of pointless. Just my rules. Can I get dupes? Dupes don't actually exist in this game, so that's kind of irrelevant. Because once you revive a vivosaur, you have it revived. You can't revive it. You can only improve on it by doing a better job of fossil cleaning. So basically any would-be dupes end up being converted to donation points instead. Okay, that is not what I wanted to see. In fact, that is exactly what I did not want to see. We're again patchy again. I'm starting to wonder whether the fossils that appear the first time you visit an area are fixed. It seems like a weird coincidence that I would get the same encounters I did last attempt. But I guess it's just possible due to luck. But yeah, the issue with Patchy is it's just very frail and doesn't have a very good support effect. Do I think it lives in the same place twice? It's definitely possible. But what I'm hoping for is that Compso will help avoid that. I don't think I'm gonna bother. Well, do I think Shen would be worth keeping over Patchy? I guess that's the question. Here's the Lexus skull, which I need to break, because I'm not allowed to revive this. The Hyper Hammer would help me break fossils more quickly. Get out, the starter dinos are fixed. Why would Nuzlocke exist if the starting spawns were? I mean, I am using my own Nuzlocke rules. This isn't a widely Nuzlocked game. And I think people have Nuzlocked it before, but with different rule sets. But yeah, I don't think they're fixed, but I could be wrong. Which is why I bring it up. Yeah, considering I write my own rules, a Nuzlocke could potentially exist if they are fixed, if I just don't know enough about the game. Which is definitely possible. If they did turn out to be fixed, then... Wait, I already know they're not fixed. Or do I? Because theoretically I could have just dug them up in a different order. But yeah, theoretically if they were fixed, then that would just mean I need to adjust my rule set. Its LP is actually significantly higher than Shanshan's. Its defense is still a bit lower though. Its support effect is also worse. I'm probably not putting Patchy on my team. Yeah, know anything about this game or the Nuzlocke for this game? You're just here to hang out and listen. That is fair. Odd. Sometimes my blinking is desync for some reason. Some people just listen to my streams without actually understanding what I'm doing. And you know what? If that's what you want to do, feel free. What I'm doing is at least interesting to me. Well, obviously, otherwise I wouldn't be doing it in the first place. Gonna try to get some more money from these stumps, and then back to the Digadigamid. Aim to break the cycle, no Patchy. Yeah, I think Compso is just better. So it has a very good passive and very good support effect. Even if it's more squishy. It at least has something it can do. Like Shanshan is also still underwhelming. What is someone used for primarily? I'm going to need money to buy fossil chips. When I am eventually allowed to buy fossil chips. It's used for things like increasing the range of your sonar. Or buying fossil rocks from the shop. But I'm not going to be doing that at all. For increasing the size of your fossil case. And for filtering out normal rocks so they don't get picked up by your sonar or radar. Is it a sonar? Upgrading your laser hammer, it does also allow you to get more powerful versions of the hammer and drill, which you can use alongside them. They're not replacements. Because sometimes you definitely need the precision rather than the power. I am surprised they didn't switch out. I think the AI is just inconsistent. I'm not going to attack Noto if it's just gonna stay in with such a big stat penalty. Feel free to keep attacking me with your 10% attack. You can't always just unga bunga. Sadly, no. That's how you break fossils. Alright. I'm not too worried about this Noto. Again, because it's just staying in with the big stat penalty for whatever reason. Mayo 1 damage, yeah. This is why Compso is so good. Even if it's so squishy. Minus 90% attack and defense is crippling. I keep digging up fossils on the way. Hopefully, I can do a better job of clearing Patchy Hen. But I'm not gonna worry too much about it. This is where I think you need to start actually being concerned about losing vivosaurs. And Kreischer is rank 2 and has an elemental advantage over 3 of my vivosaurs. However, I have Compso. Holy nose. Yes, Knowles has a very long nose, as you can probably see. Once again, staying in, not switching out. I'm just gonna go straight for straight for Karchar instead of saving it be. It is getting some of its attack back from Goyle, and I don't think Goyle is going to be able to do much of anything on its own. Can I KO this from here? Probably not. I mean, I could try. It's actually kind of silly for me to try. Because even if it worked, I don't think it would really benefit me. I mean, this turn's different. This turn, it would be good for me to finish it off with Compso. And follow it up with hitting Goyle with Venator. Not sure whether the crit mattered. Compso honestly is feeling kind of broken right now. Makes me wonder exactly how I want to play the fight I lost last time, because I guess the question is whether I want to go double air or use Venator. Because the problem with Venator is it's weak to both the fire vivosaurs that she uses. But the problem is if I use double air and their Earth Vivosaur switches out right away, then I end up being in a potentially vulnerable position when it switches back in. It's probably better to do it that way, though. Right. Is it even possible to break this accidentally? And I was being pretty liberal with my use of the hammer there. And somehow didn't damage it at all. I damaged it there. It's probably possible to fail it. Right, it would be kind of silly to include it if it weren't possible to fail. I just don't see how anyone realistically could. If they've done any fossil cleaning at all up to that point. Which they would obviously need to be able to make it to that point. Because there's the starting fossil and then the cleaning quest. But anyway. Any new fossil rocks I find here are going to be Lexo fossils, which I can't revive. Ooh. I guess I may as well sell them, I guess. But come on. No point in dropping them off for cleaning or cleaning them by hand. But yeah, I've kind of been skipping through the dialogue. So for those who aren't following, this is the missing fighter that I found in the hole. We have escaped the hole. These guys are the bandits. They are now introducing themselves. They're trying to steal treasure from the Digadigamid. And we don't actually get to fight here, they just shove past us. And we're locked in. It's kind of silly that he describes it as an ancient script when it's just written vertically. I found a secret tunnel. Thanks for the cliff notes. No problem. It's probably nice to actually be able to follow what's going on. Even if I'm not really playing this for the story right now. Thank you, Balls, for the health check. Health has been checked. And answer starting in a few minutes. Actually got a warning again this time. But yeah, they have Nevada's Rhino medal, so I have to state myself. But she just has 2 fire. Which means I should go ahead and just use my air. And leave my earth behind. Oh yeah, if you didn't pick it up, Earth has an advantage over air, fire has an advantage over earth. Fire being the red, earth being the yellow, air being the green. There's also water, which is blue, but there are no water vivosaurs available at this point. That one fossil center guy had a water, and water is strong against fire but weak to air. So it's just kind of a tight square with neutral in the middle, not really interacting with the others. Try to finish this off with Shan Shan. May or may not work. Looks like it worked. It was Spinax. But yeah, looks like I am finishing this fight by the time the ad break starts. So I don't have to stop in the middle. Oh, that is a lot of damage, though. That could have been bad. Alright. Got a few experience points from this battle. Oh yeah, something it didn't really explain before is everything in your party gets XP from battles, regardless of whether you use it. I'm really not sure why they run back into the Digadigamid. and how they managed to get out from there. Yeah, ads are starting here, so I will take my break and be back in a few minutes. Alright, ads are over. I am back. Sorry about that. Third time, yeah, had to drink some water and refill my glass, of course. It turns out the bandits were trying to steal this idol thing that the chieftain actually found buried recently and wasn't actually a treasure of the Digadigamid tribe for some reason. And he ends up giving it to me as thanks for helping. Welcome back, thank you. Urzy complains about the curse that was inflicted upon her, because it keeps making her say Diga. And now it's supposedly Kieran. And now she's saying Digading. Let it she go away when she leaves. And now the chapter is pretty much over. I just need to do my level up battle, which is where I wiped last time. That did not change at all. I guess I could go find some... Or I guess drop some fossils off for cleaning. I could try to do a better job on the patchy head fossil. Yeah, it's now time for the level up battles. Once again, I have to do a cleaning quest and then battle for level 2 master, or level 3 master. I forget exactly whether they use a current number or the number you're trying to get. But yeah, I just have a little bit of fossil management to do first. Let's try to do a better job on Patchy Hen. Hey, I swear I was getting leg fossils before and not body fossils on my last attempt. That much has to be random. Don't actually remember whether I was hurting for time the first time I cleaned this. I'm pretty sure I did damage rather than ran out of time. It's possible that I was running low on time, had to speed up, and ended up doing damage that way. It is very likely that that could happen. Seems like I'm getting this at a reasonable speed right now, though. I hope. Still the damage, sadly. Better than last time, though. 99 points. Ideally, I can get one more. Didn't even get any LP from that. I have 2 more I can try. I don't think time is the most limiting factor here. But again, I do think that being faster initially gives me more time later to be more careful and avoid damaging the fossil. It's really just about balance. It's also hard to tell whether I've already damaged the fossil when I'm focused so much on the bottom screen. I can't see the top screen as clearly. Okay, there we are. Just realized you've been here since I started and never said hi. Welcome, Alter. I guess. How am I? I'm doing well, I think, though I am very tired. And I think my throat's kind of sore from how much I've been talking. But how are you doing? Just need to drop these off. Sell these other fossils. And then you might test. And that should be it for today. A time for you. Have a good night. Have a good night. I went the wrong way. I was looking at chat. Need to go to the Fossil Guild. All these fossils. I'm actually not as broke as I was afraid of. I will still probably need to grind for money. Start of chapter 4 though. But that is not something I have to worry about right now. And so that even if you come in to stream as much as you'd like, you genuinely enjoy watching my streams and my videos. Thank you. I do really appreciate you and everyone else watching. Also, you love fossil fighters. Good to hear. I do think its fan base does have significant overlap with some other games that I play, like Pokemon, for obvious reasons. They're both kind of creature collection battle games. It makes sense that a lot of my viewers from my Pokemon streams would also be interested in fossil fighter streams. Welcome, Duckman. I am kind of focusing on cleaning this, but I saw something about cheese being made of moon or moon being made of cheese. I don't think the moon is made of cheese. But now that I think about it, where did that rumor even start? And did anyone ever actually believe it? This is a test cleaning, so I do not need to be worrying about getting this perfect. Okay, cheese is made out of the moon, and the moon is made out of cheese. How does that work? You never got to play the other ones, but you played the one on 3DS? Are you talking about Fossil Fighters Champions? Ended up losing it and somehow it made you really sad. That sounds tragic. I thought I lost my copy of Pokemon Fire Red for the longest time. But it somehow ended up turning up again. How would I know we've never eaten the moon? I mean, I guess we haven't. But yeah, this is where attempt 1 died. I definitely want to use Compso. Compso may die, but hopefully not. And as I was saying before, I think I want to go double air instead of using Venator. That seems like the safer option, especially since Flexo isn't actually that strong an attacker, even if it's higher level than these. It doesn't have higher attack. V-Raptor here has the highest attack. But I also was getting constantly poisoned and craped last time, so hopefully that doesn't happen again. Can't remember the exact details, but you believe the moon is made of cheese thing came from a medieval story? I'd believe it. Okay, they're not attacking Compso, which is huge. Did not get poisoned. Already a better start than before. Good an attack. I don't think I'm gonna... Well, there's no point in attacking with Compso, and I don't have the FP to attack with Scoil. Which I don't think there'd be much point in anyway. Once again, did not get poisoned. That's huge. Yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and finish off V-Raptor. The little thing of the moon being made out of cheese was literally, it's so stupid that only idiots would believe it. Is that really where it comes from? When you played with Fossil Forest Frontier, I see. So that was actually the third game that is generally considered worse than the first two. That is interesting. Not sure why they switched out there. That was actually kind of dumb of them. Sadly, I did get poisoned. I probably want to hopefully take this out and then switch. I did not take it out. Gosh, do I want to switch here? They just switched last turn. Nikes is trapped in the escape zone. I'm just worried about taking poison damage plus a big hit. And it's not going to be a big hit anyway because it's at 10% attack. I'm probably not dead if I stay in. It's probably better to just pass. Oh yeah, I am almost certainly alive here. The moon is made out of green cheese is a statement referring to a fanciful belief that the moon is composed of cheese. Real formulation is a proverb and metaphor for credulity with roots in fable. Perception of a simpleton who sees a reflection of the moon in water and mistakes it for a round cheese wheel. That is bizarre. Okay, so here... I think what I want to do is attack. Finish off Flexo. Take auto-counter damage. Never mind, it doesn't auto-counter if it dies. Switch out to shake off the poison. Follow up with another attack. And... hopefully... Compso doesn't get hit hard here. Okay, it attacks Goyle. I'm not as worried about Goyle. It's tankier and doesn't have the elemental disadvantage. The poison is very unfortunate though, I have to say. But yeah, even if this didn't KO, which it almost certainly does, the attack drop from Compso should guarantee Goyle lives next turn anyway. Alright. New PB. Made it to chapter 3. We are in business. But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to call it for today after this. At the very end of the chapter, so after a little bit of dialogue. I'm gonna have to look at who I can raid. I haven't really checked that. Have I raided Sanguine before? I don't think I have, actually. I probably should raid Sanguine. Alright, well... if you're watching on YouTube, I normally say if you want to join the raid, switch over to Twitch, but I'm not sure that actually works. Today, thankfully, we did not wipe to Nevada again. I think Compso helped a lot. So you were actually able to make it to chapter 3 this time without losing a single vivosaur. Next stream, I believe, will be Saturday. I haven't really done any planning for next weekend, but I think the most likely thing I'll be streaming that day is more Fossil Fighters. We shall see. I was kind of surprised by how many gift subs I got, so thank you again for all of that. And thank you everyone for watching. And as always, see you in the next one.